Madam President, I'm here.
Attention, please. Attention, please. Attention, please. Can we all be quiet, please? This meeting of the Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Director Garcia.
Present.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Present.
Director Jackson.
Present.
Director Leonard.
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Here.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Zombor.
Present.
And President Herndon.
Present.
That's 8 members present.
Will the Secretary please call the order of the meeting?
To the members of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, pursuant to Board Rule 1.03, a special meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors is scheduled to take place in the auditorium of the Central Services Building, 5225 West Valete Street in Milwaukee. This meeting will be broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM, on Time Warner Spectrum Channel 13, and via live stream and the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which are found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. The meeting is scheduled for 5:30 p.m., Thursday, June 13th, 2024, for the following items of business. Action on a request to approve the draft corrective action plan relative to a communication from the Department of Public Instruction. Action on the adoption of the FY25 Superintendent's proposed budget. Consideration of and possible action on the appointment of an interim superintendent of schools. Public comment will be accepted at this meeting on item 2, the action on the adoption of the FY25 Superintendent's proposed budget, both in person and virtually during the meeting. Registration information was found on the public notice. Relative to item 3, the board may retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent C, to consider the employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. The board may return to open session to take action on the matters discussed in closed session, or the board may adjourn from the closed session.
The chair will now ask the Secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so, and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnic rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwa, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohegan sovereign nations remain present to this day. This meeting may be accessed in person at the Central Services Building or by listening to WYMS Radio 88.9 FM, or by using the links on the broadcast page of the MPS website to access the meeting's live stream and the MPS YouTube stream. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799. Nuevamente, 312-626-6799. E introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
Thank you. Comments from the public will be accepted for item 2. Action on the adoption of the 2024-25 superintendent's proposed budget. If you wish to speak, may be filled out a speaker slip and bring it to a safety officer. Virtual speakers are asked to remain on the platform until you're called upon. After speaking, virtual speakers may follow the rest of the meeting until the broadcast information previously mentioned. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. For the sake of fairness and to give everyone a chance to speak, the chair reserves the right to limit the length of time allowed to any one speaker. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Send this testimony to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Just as a reminder, all comments should be directed to the chair. Also, any questions or requests, including those from the public, committee members, or the administration, are to be directed toward the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in such harassing or intimidating words or actions will immediately be asked to cease. If such behavior continues, a recess will be called and the offending parties will be removed from the meeting. If disruption is widespread and the business of the board cannot be conducted, the chair shall direct members of the board to clear the stage. The chair will also direct safety and/or law enforcement to clear the entire auditorium and overflow areas. All members of the public will be escorted out of the building. Once the auditorium is cleared, the chair shall direct members of the board to reconvene the meeting without an in-person audience. Anyone ejected from the meeting will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. Those ejected may access the meeting via WYMS Radio 88.9 FM, via the MPS live stream, or on the MPS YouTube page, the links to which may be found on the broadcast page of the MPS website. No one other than the members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Agenda items and attachments may be found online on the meeting agendas and minutes page of the MPS website. Now let's begin. Madam Secretary, item 1.
Item 1 is action on a request to approve the draft corrective action plan relative to a communication from the Department of Public Instruction. The recommendation is that the board approve the updated draft corrective action plan as attached to this item.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present this item?
Thank you, Chair Herndon. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. What was originally published on this item was the draft plan that was sent to DPI several days ago. They provided feedback for your review and approval this evening. This is their set of revisions that offer up a final plan for us to execute. I would describe their feedback as prudent, it's well-advised, and it's well-received. It addresses, I think, the root causes related to both systems, personnel, procedures, and oversight, and I think it addresses all those things. I'll just offer a quick commentary. I always get frustrated when I see a football game and the team is down 49-0, and when the losing team comes and scores one touchdown in the fourth quarter, they celebrate like they've won the game. I don't want to do that here. We have a number of steps that we still need to do. This is an important milestone, but I think it's a very important one. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Administration.
President Herndon, members of the board, Eduardo Galvan, representing the administration. We stand ready to work through the plan that DPI has presented and accepted, and we will do our best to support that to move forward.
Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. And I stand ready to move approval of the attached updated corrective action plan that has been accepted and approved by DPI. Just two asks. One, would the Office of Board Governance or the Office of Accountability and Efficiency be able to create a document with the actions that are assigned to or involve the board in the responsibility column, please, and present that to us?
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. Yeah, we can produce that summary so that we can have the board well informed on specific commitments and dates, and we'll work with OBG to make sure that those are reflected on any board calendar.
Okay, thank you. My next question and final question is, essentially, you've now planned the work. Do you need anything from the board to work the plan?
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. As we strategize techniques and I think additional activities to improve the attractiveness of certain positions within finance, there may be recommendations that we bring back for your approval. And once we have those identified, we'll bring them back for your review and approval at that time.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I would like to move approval of the attached corrective action plan.
We still have more questions?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
gotcha.
just moving approval.
Madam President, you just need a second for discussion,
Right.
and then you could go to board member comment.
Second, please. Director Simpson.
I'll second that motion, and then I do have a question.
Go ahead,
Okay?
please.
All right. So in terms of sharing this information, as we work forward on this plan, how do you foresee informing the board as well as the general public on progress as we're moving forward?
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. So our plan presently is to have a monitoring, controlling portion of the project whereby the board monthly can receive updates, and on the OAE website, we can produce performance tracking to the key indicators that indicate the scheduling and the milestones that are a part of the plan. So those are the steps that we plan seeing to provide updates to the board and the public.
Thank you. Anyone else? Director Jackson?
Yes. Outside of having the wrong person over CFO, what other things that you could point out that was missed, that was just so blatantly, like, how do we miss this? What metrics that they didn't have in place that you and your team were able to see right away?
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. There's a high number of vacancies that does cause raise for concern. Additionally, the inefficiency of the systems that were used to get the information to DPI accordingly. I think the team in finance just played to the strengths that they had rather than leveraging what the system that we pay for annually via licensing can do. So I think those were some of the major contributing factors on those points.
Okay.
I would ask that the audience be cooperative. This is very important information that everyone wants to hear, so please, please, please be respectful. Next. Okay, Director Leonard.
So what I read was from Monday that the DPI is releasing those funds that they spoke of earlier today that they were not going to release. I just need clarity on that.
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The letter that DPI provided with the revised corrective action plan states that they would recognize the release of the withheld special aid payment and all other future aid payments contingent upon us making adequate and sufficient progress on this plan after the board's approval.
Thank you. Anyone else?
He's-
Director,
If you could repeat that again.
Is this a DPI report that they're handing out
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. With respect to the question regarding release of any aid, the DPI letter notes that they will recognize the release of the withheld special education aid payment and all other future aid payments contingent upon progress on the plan and the adoption of the board.
Thank you.
Director Zumber.
Thank you, Chair Herndon. I know on page 16 of the corrective action plan, it talks about finance staffing vacancies, and one of the challenges identified is that the board approval usually only occurs once per month. Would it be helpful if the board pre-schedules time to take special action on any potential urgent hires?
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That would be a very helpful technique to use going forward. I know that oftentimes we lose candidates because we cannot have them approved by the board in a time and a fashion. So yes, at such time that we recognize that we have a cache of individuals subject ready and for the board's approval, we would make outreach to the board president to schedule a session to expedite that hiring.
Any other comments or questions? Director Simpson.
Yeah, just going back to keeping the public informed, would it be possible to have, as part of your monthly reports, updates provided at that time regarding progress that we're making on this plan?
Chair Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. We'd be happy to do that. We can add that as part of the OAE standing monthly report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there,
Just a comment.
Director Jackson?
Yeah, just acknowledging Matt Chasen and his team, Mr. Gray as well. Definitely appreciate it. I know we've been able to talk and communicate, so I appreciate you not telling me you can't talk to me in this space, so thank you.
Thank you. With that, will the secretary please call the roll?
Madam President, I certainly will. Just a procedural matter as we get ready for the public hearing on the next item. We do broadcast on YouTube, and our cameras need to be able to focus on whoever is standing at the podium. So I must ask the photographers that are in the middle to move to one of the sides, please. Thank you. Okay. On the motion by Director O'Halloran to approve the updated corrective action plan, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 2, action on the adoption of the 2024-25 superintendent's proposed budget. The recommendation is that the board, 1, reconsider its previous action with respect to the construction fund, and 2, adopt the FY25 superintendent's proposed budget, inclusive of the budget amendments and the budget resolutions.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I would like to take public comments at this time. Do we have anyone on the virtual platform?
Madam President, we did have a few people registered for the virtual platform. To the virtual speakers, when I call your name, please state your name, spell your last name, and give your comments. Jennifer McCune. Jennifer McCune. Okay, I'll move on to the next speaker. Deborah Keither.
Hello, it's Deb Keither.
We hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Kuether. I realize that you will approve the current budget because at this late hour, you have no choice but to do so. You will use your regular maneuvers of endless amendments and line item transfers because that is precedent of this institution and this board. You will create such a convoluted mess of a budget that no one will be able to track a source point or a trail of ins and outs. This board has benefited from this convolution, and I will tell you some of the moves that you have knowingly implemented regarding your budget failures during your time on the board. The Baker-Tilly audits have explicitly stated material weakness and fraud. Those words are in there. They are on the website and have been. These reports have been presented to this board. The fact that you for some reason did not read them or believe what was presented to you, even though it was explicitly stated to you, is on you. You have intentionally used archaic paper methods of transactions, passing hand-printed paper copies of spreadsheets when you have spent millions on technology like Infor, which you choose not to implement. You choose not to implement that because it can track your sign-in to a user, the reports you look at, and so forth. I personally know that your senior director of budget can use these technologies because I have seen him submit these reports in the past. Nick Sinram. The most epic failure that this board has committed is the fact that you continue to present to the public that you did not know. MPS may have a history of budget issues, but these transactions can be drawn and quantified to those of you sitting in the chair. A recall would be a gift to each of you for what you have perpetrated on Milwaukee's children and the citizens of Milwaukee. I would prefer to see you stay in the hot seat and face criminal prosecution. You have earned it.
Thank you. The next speaker on the virtual platform is Sarah Grutner. Sarah Grutner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Sarah Gretner, last name Gruettner.
Thank you.
I want to start tonight by thanking Director Jackson for being the only board member to respond to my email and being willing to continue the tough conversations that this community is owed. I am disappointed that I have to take time out of my vacation to even be here to speak out against this budget approval yet again. How can this board expect this community to trust the budget or their decision to approve the budget when you continue to lack transparency and accountability? Is this budget updated to include the funding we haven't yet received and are hoping to recoup once the DPI reports that are 9 months behind are finally turned in? Does this budget include paying back the tens of millions owed to DPI? Does it include all of the classroom-based, student-based positions, including teachers, nurses, social workers, psychologists, trauma specialists, kitchen staffs, and CHAs, and actually making cuts from the building? And the multiple positions that aren't in schools, forming relationships with our children and trying to build our children up? Does this budget include cutting from the top down and funding from the bottom up? There are people here tonight who want this budget passed so all of their tentative agreements with the questionable administration and board are passed without issue. And while these agreements do benefit me as an employee, I am here for change, real change. Our staff, scholars, families, and community deserve better. We need leadership in the school board who is transparent and take accountability when they are wrong, caught in a lie, etc. Jilly, are we on record yet? I ask you to do right by this community and vote no to this budget until audits have been completed and shared with the public. Six-figure salaries are cut and being made in place of student-facing positions, and this budget reflects the loss of funding and payback to DPI. We demand that you do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ronald Kendrick. Ronald Kendrick. He may not be on. One more call for Jennifer McCune. Jennifer McCune. Madam President, those were the last of the virtual speakers.
Thank you very much, in which case we'll start with those that submitted slips. Mara Kukelski.
You don't sound too happy, Barbara, to hear from the community.
Okay.
Mara. It's pronounced Kukelski. K-A-C-H. Hey. What am I supposed to use here?
One second.
One moment.
Yeah. All right, better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, hi, my name's Mara Kahelski, Kachelski. I came to teaching late in life. I've had a host of other careers, first of which was I got a degree in research science. So a lot of training in data analysis and critical thinking. Then I came to Milwaukee with my rock band, ostensibly to go to graduate school. So that didn't happen. I ended up running a restaurant in the East Side. I'd worked in the restaurant industry since I was 14. So I ended up running this restaurant on the East Side and a catering business. I had to work with communicating effectively with our dishwashers, with our prep cooks, with my chef, and with my servers. And I had a lot of time teaching my staff how to not be treated like the help and to maintain a sense of dignity and professionalism, which turned out to be really good. Because people would say, I eat at a restaurant, so let me tell you how to run your restaurant. Then eventually I become a teacher. So just hold on to those first two things, right? Hold on to critical thinking, data analysis. Then we come over here, service, okay? The restaurant industry moves really fast. You don't solve problems by committee. You solve problems quickly and decisively with quick communication through the whole system, and sometimes you tweak the system on the fly in the middle of service. So this is very, very frustrating. It's frustrating to observe. So, where's my timer? Dang. So, speed. Okay. Well, give me, I'll try to go quick. So, against passing budget, we have till June 30th. What? Wait, we have till June 30th. As a teacher, the thing that helped me the most was not my college professors, it was listening to my parents. I go to school, my assistant principal says, hey, Mara, I saw you in the news last night. Blah, blah, blah. School board, it was kind of loud. I'm like, yep, it was loud. Next time, hey, Mara, I saw you in school board, blah, blah, blah. It was kind of raucous. I'm like, yeah, it was loud because this rage is not coming from nowhere.
Hello.
This rage, this frustration.
Oh my goodness, communication, service, listening. We're not listening to the parents. Those are the people who taught them how to be a good teacher. In Wauwatosa, during the Joseph Meza thing, bear with me, the city council was shut down 3 times. Yes, I was there. Thank you. Okay. So, thank you. It took the city council of Wauwatosa 3 times before they held a listening session in a football field. Okay? So, yeah, when I was there, city council on the football field, the people who wanted to speak in the stands. And you know what? They did not get a 2-minute time limit. It was not 120 seconds. You have this opportunity.
Excuse me, ma'am. The mic is turned off.
Open, yeah. Can you still hear me?
No.
Okay.
Excuse me, your time is up. Your time is up.
Thank you. We have an opportunity.
You're taking time away from other people that wish to speak.
Okay, so
We've-
let's give those guys extra time too.
I'm calling Cesar Hernandez.
You can give everybody more than 2 minutes. They can give everybody.
Cesar Hernandez.
They can give everybody.
And after him, Cheryl Janizak.
Timer is not up here.
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah, I totally looked at that. I totally looked at that.
If the speaker could please state your name, spell your last name, and then give your comment.
What? I did.
Good evening. My name is Cesar Hernandez, UBC local, member local 231. Last name spelled Hernandez. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm going to try to keep it brief, and I guess it would be helpful to have the timer, but that's okay. There are people here among us today that would love nothing more than to see MPS fall flat on their face, no matter what the cost would be and what come. I'm sorry, I have the floor. Madam President, I would encourage you to, in the essence of maintaining the democratic process and to make sure that disruptors do not force this board to go into closed session again, to remove these people, to have the folks that are trying to.
He has
to have
the mic.
the people to. And, okay.
Excuse me, please, we have to have order if need be.
We must have order in order to be
No.
able to have these conversations, and having people harassing the people that are speaking and everything too is not okay. So I would urge you to utilize your authority, which you're well within your right to do, so that everybody
That is correct.
can have something, have a place to be able to come up and speak. Anyways,
Excuse
they
me,
love nothing more than
excuse
to
me.
muddy the democratic process by being disruptive, disrespectful, and preventing the proper discourse from taking place where all have equal say regardless if we agree. Okay? The passing of this budget is imperative simply because it is what we need to do for the children of this district. Okay? For the children of this district. Okay? For the children of this district, and all must respect the democratic process. And I think that it shows a lot about what it is that they are, that a lot of what it is that they are doing in order to make sure that folks are not.
Excuse me. Security. Excuse me,
Go ahead. So
security,
please-
clear the stage. Clear the stage. Offenders, would security please remove the offending offenders? This gentleman has much right as the woman that spoke before him. And that's it. I said, yeah. Yeah. Please.
President Herndon,
Yes.
we're on the air.
Okay. This meeting is now, excuse me. This meeting is now back in session, excuse me. The meeting shall now be in session. Madam Secretary, the next speaker is Sherelle Janaszak. We could. Sherelle Janaszak, and after her, David Offenheimer. Next, Beverly Hamilton Williams.
Oh, no, Beverly! Beverly!
Anita Garrett. Please say your first name and spell your last name.
My first name is Anita, spelled A-N-I-T-A. My last name is Garrett, G-A-R-R-E-T-T. I want to first of all thank you all for letting me be able to talk. I always talk about the same old thing, but it's concerning the budget. So dear director, and I also sent you guys a letter. I also sent you guys a survey. I also sent you guys a petition talking about the cut on the school, on the food staff. So I'm going to read this out so it could be public record. So my name is Anita Garrett. I'm a grandmother who children attend MPS. I have been organized parents on the north side of Milwaukee through the SNAP Ed funding program to advocate for healthy, satisfied school meals. I am writing you and with an urgent concern regarding MPS Healthy Breakfast and Lunch Program. Recently, I was fortunate to go to visit Washington, D.C., where the President of the United States informed us about forthcoming changes to the school lunches program. As you are likely aware, many students are not eating the lunches and breakfast provided. And additionally, I have been to numerous board meetings where directors assured us that the changes would be made. However, I have noticed that the 2024-2025 school year budget includes cuts to the staff, which raises significant concerns. We have already experienced issues due to the staff shortage, and it is difficult to see how we can implement improvement to the meal program if further staff reduction occurs. At the end of the day, this is about our kids. Our kids matter. Lunch is very important, especially since some students and some kids, that's the only meal that they'll receive today. So I can't understand why the cut is being made. I urge you to reconsider cutting staff so that we can improve the health and quality of the breakfast and lunch meals. Please let our voice and concerns be heard. And I want to just share that another story with that. As you guys know, I come up here and I plead and I beg with you guys, telling you my story, my history, how food insecurity and how parents, black folks, or peoples of color, or whatever you want to say, depends on that lunch. My kids, my 5 grandkids that I have in MPS depends on that breakfast and lunch that you serve. And due to the staff shortage, I don't see how that's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next. Did he, oh, okay. David, come forward. I'm sorry.
David Eppelsheimer, E-P-P-E-L-S-H-E-I-M-E-R, Milwaukee Public Schools teacher. Been teaching in this district since 2007. Currently teach at Groppe High School now. I work with students on a daily basis, and we've been fighting for, clean, and healthy meals. We've been fighting for decent wages for our education workers here, and we've been fighting for stability for Milwaukee's families for decades, okay? And we need to continue having that building up in this district, and we do have some enemies of that. But unfortunately, we're going to continue to fight and get stability here. All right, please pass this budget. It's your responsibility. It is your responsibility to keep this district safe. Thank you.
Next we have Angela Harris and Brenda Rich.
Listen up, green shirt, she's talking.
Can you hear me now? Ah, there you go. Pro-public education supporter Angela Harris, HARRIS, Chair of the Black Educators Caucus. First, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the board for listening to the community and allowing public testimony at this meeting tonight. This is a step in the right direction towards transparency and accountability, but we don't need a step, we need a staircase. I read a very thoughtful question today about our current situation. The DPI letter, a $16.6 million withholding, and another potential $17 million withholding on June 17th. The question was, who do you trust when the house is on fire? Do you trust the side that acts as if the fire doesn't exist as long as their house doesn't burn down? Or do you trust the side that acknowledges the house is on fire and is ready to do anything to put it out? Now, I'm certain today you will hear lots about making sure teachers are whole and groups getting their raises that they deserve. As a teacher, let me be clear, we all need raises. We also need tenable working conditions for all staff and equitable learning environments for all students. Those raises shouldn't have to happen on the backs of our students or our community. How are you worried about money when the money looks funny? At the May 30th meeting, Matt Chasen stated that the statutory requirement is that the budget be submitted by June 30th. With the daily revelations from DPI and the potential changes to expected revenue, expenditures, and funds balance for 2024-25, as well as actual revenues and expenditures for 2023-24, how could you possibly take action on the budget today? Revenue amounts changed since the proposed budget was prepared, so that requires another look at the budget to make sure the books are balanced, and we all know y'all struggle with that. And finance doesn't currently have the capacity to do it. Who benefits exactly today from passing this budget? This is not a moment for business as usual or to appease the normal power brokers. This is a moment that requires you as a board to do something different, something uncomfortable, something disruptive, something that will create real change. I ask you to create a plan and hold the budget. Do not pass the budget. And while I got 20 seconds left, to the people in the room who always have something to say about Angela Harris, if you cannot say it to my face, don't type it on no page. Understand that.
Brenda Rich. After her, Pamela Watkins. Please say your first name, spell your last name, please.
My name is Brenda Hart Richardson, Richardson. I'm a retired mother, grandmother. My children do not live here in Milwaukee. They're grown and gone. And I got interested in what was going on, and I voted yes for that budget because I voted in favor of the children. And then I was sadly discovered that that wasn't happening. And it behooves all of us at this point. What are we doing here? This is not a game. It's serious business. Talking about the food for our children. These jobs that you have are a privilege, an opportunity to do something real, and not something that we're playing games with. For years, for decades, they've been talking about MPS. Well, I haven't had the time to really dove into it. I'm retired now. I'm vested. My money is in this. After working 41 and a half years on my job, we always believed in this. The GM said, what our internal customers, if you owe them a report, you give the ones that are external, you get that to them. The ones that are giving you money, you make sure they get the information that they need. And right now, 3 months, someone's been waiting on information from you guys, from someone. Whoever at that department is short, who's over it? Who's not doing their job? As you being directors, who directly falls down into that line to make sure things happen? I don't have a master's degree and don't need one to do some of the things that's happening here. I know that number one, auditing is important. Each one of those schools should be audited. Every school should have what it needs. You ought to have an extra person to make sure that those schools get what they need. Not one school have a surplus of teachers and another one that can't find teachers. We need to do some things that are real. Let's stop playing games, people. We're looking for the next generation to take our place. When you hurt children and when you mistreat them, don't get in their face, because you will not get the results that you're looking for. Let's stop playing games and let's get real.
Please.
I was in the Beverly Williams. You had called my name.
I
Are you
didn't
going to
call
the
it, but you
restroom?
can go ahead. I have your slips aside.
Okay, thank you.
Say your name and spell your last name.
Beverly Hamilton Williams, BVRLY-WILLIAMS. We want you to hold the budget, and stop staff program cuts. Trauma specialists from the 53206 area, Black Latino male program, college counselors, according to students who we sat here and listened to at one of your board meetings, the LGBTQ program, teachers, teaching assistants, kitchen staff, support teachers needed for the 140 foreign teachers in MPS. Keep all MPS staff and programs as is for next year. It is about the children. They are not at fault for corruption and financial malfeasance with MPS administration or giving raises to the union leadership. Yes, MPS staff, the rumor is true. The union gets money from MPS. MPS is in crisis mode, and our children's social and academic future is at stake. After all administration and individuals who can care less about our children are removed from within and around MPS, we need to fight the low-down Wisconsin legislator for funds from the $4 billion surplus plus left that mostly comes from Milwaukee. Yes, do not blame our children. Money has been stolen in MPS, and children, teachers, and necessary programs are not to blame. Hold the 24-25 budget. Keep MPS staff and programs intact. Milwaukee Public Schools belongs to the Milwaukee community, not the governor and not the mayor. Thank you.
Pamela Watkins. Is this on now?
It's not on yet.
Pamela Watkins, still not on. Pamela, hello, test, okay. Pamela Watkins, last name, W-A-T-K-I-N-S. As a community participant, taxpayer, product of MPS, previous staff of MPS for 11 years, now serve as juvenile justice supervisor at Children's Court. It interests me on tonight as I assist families every week re-entering kids that's been incarcerated in my system into MPS and trying to find out what school is the best fit for them, that can hold their interests, that can keep them engaged, and that can keep them out of my street has become difficult because programming has been stripped. So on tonight, parents coming forth in my office every day, full of frustrations. I have came down here with student services with the families, trying to find out where do our kids fit. Because I'm tired of 12-year-olds coming through my door on murder charges. Because they go through your front door, but they go out your back door playing cops and robbers in the streets. But it's not fair. It's not fair. This proposal cannot go forth, because remember, it says on your agenda, superintendent proposed budget. He's no longer here. So change got to happen. It has to happen. You cannot move forward on that budget and think it's okay, because why? You become a part of the problem instead of the solution. I'm not here to yell. I'm not here to belittle anyone. But what I'm here to say on tonight on behalf of the parents and the kids in which I serve, because that's my wheelhouse, is that do what's in the best interest of our brown children. We already know that the funding have never been dispersed correctly, especially in the largest district and where our kids live. So I'm asking you on tonight, quit allowing them to be victims of our system and let them be a product of MPS. Playtime is over, and we had enough of being deceived. Thank you.
Harry Odell Bruce, and following him, Poppy McNaughton. Say
Greetings,
your
everybody.
first name, spell your last name, please.
First name is Harry Odell Bruce. Last name is Bruce, spell it B-R-U-C-E. I am a special ed resource teacher at Roosevelt Middle School of the Arts. And I'm here just to say that this saddens me of what is really going on here and for MPS. And I came up here to stand up and say, vote yes for the budget. And the reason I'm saying this is because educators, we come in faithfully and diligently to educate our children. Safeties come in diligently and faithfully. Paraprofessionals and engineers come in faithfully and diligently to educate our children because we care and we want to share the knowledge and the wisdom that we have and give it to them. We come in faithfully to show them that they're valuable, that they're loved, that they're important, and that they matter, and that they are somebody. So us as educators, paraprofessionals, engineers, food assistants should not have to suffer because of the administration's actions. It's not our fault at all. So thank you. Please be quiet while I'm talking. So I'm just asking that you support us as educators. Fix the problem. Fix the problem. Thank you.
Poppy McNaughton. Pull the mic down for her, please. Thank you. Say your first name, spell your last name, please, young lady.
My name is Poppy, and my last name is McNaughton, and I can spell MCNAU.
Pull the mic down a little more so we can hear you. Good.
My name is Poppy, and my last name is MCNAUGHTON McNaughton.
Go ahead, please.
So what I want you to do is just speak right in here. I love school and I have lots of friends. Kids cannot go to school if there is no money. Milwaukee Public Schools need to balance their checkbooks and pass a budget. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, we have Grayson McNaughton and Annie Young. Follows Grayson.
Hello, my name is Grayson McNaughton, and how to spell my last name is McNghton.
Thank you.
Kids like me cannot go to school if there is no money. That's why we need the budget passed. As the next generation of kids, we can also do anything with an education. So please make this budget get passed.
Thank you. Thank you. Annie Young, please. Thank you. Annie Young. Quiet, please.
My name is Annie Young. My last name is Young, and I brought my kids down here tonight so that they could see what's going on and they could maybe understand what's going on in their school system in the area that we live in. I want to tell you all, I've never been to a school board meeting. I've never felt the need to go to a school board meeting, but I felt something different. I'm standing here in the audience listening to everybody, and I'm looking at all of you, and you look like whoop puppy dogs. It's sad. It's sad to see the situation that we're in, and I feel bad for our community, and I feel bad for our kids. Last week, I learned I was going to lose my job. Our business is closing. I am a data analyst. I am a nerd. I called Milwaukee Public Schools on Monday because I've listened to the news, and I've said, well, you know, they don't have enough people to do the job, and I'm a nerd. I could probably help them. Right? That's what I'm thinking in my head. So I called your school and I spoke to your human resource department. And you know what they told me? We're not hiring. There's no jobs available. And in my head, I said, what the hell? We don't have a budget. We've got accusations of money being misspent, mismanaged. We have all these things going on. You're short-staffed. How is it you are not hiring anybody to fix this problem? How are you going to pass a budget? And my kids understand, you need money to go to school, so pass a budget. But how are you going to pass a budget when your books aren't in order? How are you going to come to us? And why did you come to us asking us to give you more money so that things didn't get cut and you didn't have your ducks in a row? You screwed us. And that made me upset. So at the age of 56 years old, I came down here for the very first time to say I'm disappointed. And I think everybody needs to do better. I don't know if you all need to go or one of you needs to go, but I know, I don't know that. I know you guys have a responsibility and you all need to do better. No, I don't know that. But I want you to do better. And I want you to look at all of us and feel the frustration and anger and understand that we love our community and we love our kids. And I'm presuming that's why you're here. So please do better.
Thank you. Next we have, Laura Vanderbilt and Elaine Lathan.
Name is Laura Vanderbilt. Last name Vanderbilt. My son has been an MPS student since kindergarten, and he's now in high school, so I'm a parent. And I'm currently also a para with one of the schools at MPS. Just for my part, I would like to read into the record the name of Ted Kellner, who is a wealthy commercial real estate developer within Milwaukee, who is fronting this group here, City Forward Collective. He's paying for it. And so these people are supporting a wealthy man from Mequon against their own, I'm still talking, against their own school district. And that's shameful to me. And that is all I wanted to say to that.
Thank you. Elaine Lathan? Excuse me, please, you cannot be attacking anyone. We don't want to have to put anyone out. Excuse me. Enough. Go ahead and speak, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Elaine Lathan, and first, I respectfully come
Would you
here
spell your last name, please?
Lathen.
Thank you.
Elaine. And I respectfully come to you all, knowing that I know everything's not ideal. I know things are in chaos right now. But one thing I do know, being a teacher for 39 years plus, that I love my students. I love Milwaukee Public Schools and the teachers that I've worked with and the students that I've had the pleasure to help raise. A teacher's job is just not teaching. A teacher's job is being a counselor. A teacher's job is sometimes being a police. Sometimes a teacher's job is going to that home and making sure that student is safe. We do a lot for the kids. So don't just think it's, oh, I have a blackboard and I'm doing something. No, I go beyond. I go beyond. And so unlike some people here, I believe the budget still should be passed. It's not anybody's fault that it went, well, it's somebody's fault. But at any rate, what I'm saying, the kids should not be, and the teachers should not be, and the securities and everybody else in the building should not pay for somebody else's mistake. We do a good job here. I'm proud to be MPS, and I continue to not retire for that fact. All this gray was earned. All this gray has my students' name to it, and I'm proud of that fact. I can name all of them, and they have been successful. So I come to you humbly and honestly with the faith that I have in God that you will make the right decision and vote yes.
John Zelmer, Nicola Honorado.
Good evening. My name is Nick Honorato, Onorato. I have been a special education student in this district for the last 15 years, starting my career at Burroughs Middle School and finishing it up at Ronald Reagan High School. I speak tonight in favor of passing the proposed budget. Each school participated in a budget process that included input and feedback from community members, parents, students, staff, and school administration. This budget is not just a document that comes from central office. It is collaboratively built by the schools in this district for the students that it serves. A budget that will allow us to continue to provide services and programming for our students, as well as building upon the programs that are already there to give students even more. More access to school extracurriculars and co-curricular activities, and expanded access to mental health supports. As a parent and a worker in this district, I expect that Milwaukee Public Schools lives up to its mission of providing a free, public, and high-quality education to its students. While the headlines in the last few weeks have led to obvious anger and frustration, our collective commitment to the students of MPS must not waver. Access to free, high-quality public education is a right to every child in every zip code in this city. We will continue to advocate for the systemic changes that we need to see, but we will move forward but we need the board to move forward to pass this budget to keep our workers whole and to support the needs of our students. Thank you.
John Zelmer. Okay. Monica Lopez and Jose Ramirez.
Good evening. My name is Monica Lopez, Lopez. I am a lifelong resident of Milwaukee. I am a parent of two children that began their career in kindergarten and now are MPS high school students. I just turned in my keys from MPS of closing my classroom of my 20th year, and my husband is also a teacher in MPS of 20 plus years. So we have a lot at stake, and we're very involved in MPS. I'm speaking in support of passing the budget, and the reason I'm speaking of support in passing it is because we cannot create any more instability, unnecessary instability. There's so much that MPS needs to do to improve and repair, and you can't do it if you don't have staff in buildings. We're working hard day in and day out, and we're working all summer long. We're closing, now that buildings are closing, we still have staff in buildings that are working diligently, and they are wondering, what is going on, along with the rest of the staff coming this fall. My own children are wondering what sort of programming will be available this fall, which teachers will be available. And so this budget, while there's so much work that needs to be done to improve our district, this number one is the budget needs to be passed, and then we will move on to repair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Ramirez, Ramirez. Before I begin, I hope that my two groups here to the right and to the left give me the time and respect that I deserve up here, just like you guys failed to do so with the other young Latino that was here before me. Thank you very much. So, my name's Jose Ramirez. I am a product of MPS. I've gone to MPS from K4 all the way through K12. Humboldt Park Elementary and Middle School and Milwaukee Hamilton High School, proud graduate and alumni. One of the big things here is the following, and maybe I'm going to put some panties in a bundle tonight, but I'm going to speak loud and proud, all right? So I'm a business representative with Labor's Local 113, 63rd in Appleton, right? And one of the big things here is I'm not going to stand for anybody to come here and speak about my brothers and sisters of the MTEA, and especially the leadership. One of the big things, I'm a business representative. Who's speaking? I'll speak. I'm speaking. I'm a business representative. I'm in the
Order,
trenches.
please. Excuse me.
I'm
He
in the
has every
trenches.
right to
I'm in
talk
the
like
trenches. My phone
everybody
does
else.
not stop
Quiet,
ringing.
otherwise
So
we're
I
going to
want
start
them to
putting
get the
people
respect that they
out.
deserve as well, and that leadership. Okay, yeah, I'll get there. I'm speaking on behalf of passing the budget.
Excuse me, we have to have order in here. I will ask security to remove the disruptors if you don't quieten down and allow this gentleman to speak.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
I'm in the trenches, they're in the trenches. Here's the one thing, right? And I know a lot of you guys may know these names. Rosana Mateo, right? From Milwaukee Hamilton High School. And the other lady, Rosa Martin. A lot of stuff has gone on in MPS, a lot. I've seen it. I've been on this planet 27 years, and I continue to support you guys. I've continued to support you guys despite all the BS that has happened with this school board. At the end of the day, you guys come to us for our endorsement. You come to us to door knock. You come to us to canvass. You work for us. So you guys got to start getting your ducks and your ducks in a row. And at the end of the day, I continue to support MPS. Despite everything that has gone on, I continue to support the MPS, and I will continue to support it. Despite everything that has gone on with this school board. All right? So take it as you wish. I continue to support MPS and I support this budget. So take it as you will. And these ladies and gentlemen back here deserve the respect that they deserve because they're in the trenches.
Raymond Duncan, Sydney Martin. Quiet. Raymond Duncan and Sydney Martin. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Raymond Duncan, D-U-N-C-A-N. I'm a proud teacher, special education teacher at Milwaukee Marshall since 2008. I do love my job. Say yes to this budget, but I also need you to say yes to reducing class sizes. I need you to say yes to learning, that teaching and learning is as good on the north side as it is on the south side. I need you to say yes to a school lunch that tastes good and say yes to the people making that school lunch. I need you to say yes to solving problems, schools that are too hot now and too cold in the winter. I need you to say yes to the children. It is not their fault that the adults did not get the job done. I need you to say yes to art, music, and physical education. I need you to say yes to the employees of this district, these employees that got their work done on time. And finally, I need you to say yes to fixing this mess once and for all.
Thank you. Sydney Martin.
Good evening. My name is Sydney. That's spelled C-Y-D-N-E-Y, Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N. I just want to say I hope we can come to a collective and communicate with each other better. I know we have different sides of this. Some feel like it shouldn't be passed, some feel like it should, but what we need to do is really come together. We really do, and listen to one another and hear each other's side of the issue. I do feel like we should pass it, but this is for our students. We don't want them to have to, and our teachers and staff, we don't want them to have to come in with uncertainties and instabilities about what's going on with their schools. And there are ways to fix it, but we all have to come to the table and have the right people at the table so that we can do that. And thank you so much.
Doreen Lopez Belinda Freeman.
What was the first one?
Neither is coming forward. Tori Lowe. Oh. Go ahead, please.
My name is Tory Lowe, T-O-R-Y-L-O-W-E. I'm an advocate, I'm a broadcaster. I get to see a lot of different problems in the community. So when I show up, it's a problem. And the community knows that, and we're trying to resolve the problem. And we're here for resolve. And sometimes when we have disgruntled, we have the parents, they have concerns about their children. Milwaukee is one of the worst places for a black child. And the black family is one of the worst places for black people to live. We about 40% of the population in Milwaukee. And I noticed that those who are saying yes to this don't look like me. The majority of those that are saying yes to this, they don't look like me, and those statistics don't affect them. So for once, we want to gut out MPS. We want to make sure that it's right. And we got an opportunity to make it right. And passing this budget is not going to make it right. We have so many different ideas that we're going to lose money. Every time I wake up in the morning, there's $166 million that may be on hold. There's this amount of money that's going to be on hold due to the failure of the administration. We have financial executives, people over the financial that are resigning. Why? Because all I'm going to tell you is this. This is an opportunity to reset MPS. Regroup, rethink, and reshape. And passing this budget does not do that. What we have to do is all suffer because the children are suffering. We got to take our time to get it right. Because we all know the problems and the ills of Milwaukee Public Schools. But the black children are the ones with the worst statistics. The black family are the ones that are suffering, and it's statistics that say this. So yeah, I see people that's saying yes to this, and I just heard somebody from a union member threaten y'all. basically saying y'all come to them for endorsements, and y'all may not get that if y'all don't do what they say. Punked y'all. That's what he tried to come up here and do. But anybody with a soul, know that you don't write on a dirty piece of paper. You want to hand in the homework clean. And if there's things missing, if there's things that are not correct, you can't just step over that and backtrack. This is the time to get surgical with MPS. This is the time to go in deep. We all may suffer a little bit, even the union, even the teachers union. We all going to suffer. The kids are suffering. The parents are suffering. We all got to suffer for a little bit till we get it right. I'm saying no, and I'm saying let's work to get the paperwork straight. Let's work to get the budget ideas straight, and let's all move forward together like that. This ain't the way.
Next speaker.
This ain't the way, and there's a lot of people here for
Excuse me.
For financial reasons.
Thank you very much. Doreen Lopez. Doreen. Say your first name, spell your last name, please.
First name is Belinda, my last name is Freeman, Freeman.
Okay.
I'm here tonight to, it's not about us. It's not about this side, it's not about that side. It's about the kids. It's about my kids, your kids, everybody, no matter if they're black, white, brown, whatever. It's not a race color. And this was making it about a race color. Yes, the black kids, hold it, the black kids don't get everything they need. Yes, in the schools, we don't get everything that we need. But the test scores, I'm gonna say this here, you can't put it all on the teachers. We're gonna put it on parents as well. It's the parents as well. If we're gonna talk about it correctly. It's the parents as well. The parents have to play a part in everything as well. It's about the parents too. It's about the parents as well. But I respect y'all. When y'all was talking, please respect me. The Bible said we do everything decent and in order. In order. In order. But when people are talking, everybody got something to say. Let me talk, because I didn't talk when nobody said anything. Because I respect your time. So please respect my time. That's all I'm asking. It's not about, once again, it's not about us. It's not about the union trying to get no money. It's about our kids having everything they need in school when school starts back. Because if it don't pass the union, if this budget does not pass, they're not going to have what they need. Whether you know it or not, they're not going to have what they need. It's not going to be no art, no music, none of that. They do have it. They do have it.
Let the lady speak, excuse me. She has the right to speak like everyone else.
I work in an all-black school. Come on now. I work in an all-black school. Metcalf. Metcalf. Metcalf.
Quiet, please.
No, ain't nobody's got to school me because I work there.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask for interrupters to be removed.
I'm still removed talking. I work at Metcalf, and we prominently black, all black. So can't tell me that we have everything. No, we do not. Yes, we do. We got music. We got partner school. No, it's not a partner school. Once again, please pass the budget. Because once again, it's about the kids and not about this right side, left side, whoever side. It's all about them at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Please pass the budget and do your job.
Thank you. Doreen Lopez, Elizabeth Brown, quiet please. Doreen Lopez, Elizabeth Brown.
Tell them, Matt, 60 million was not spent on art and music, Jim. Right? Isn't that what the audio said?
Say your first name.
Elizabeth Brown, last name Brown. And again, I'm here representing MPS. I am a product of MPS. My daughter is a product of MPS. I am a taxpayer. I am a mother of not only my child, but every child I come across. In reality, we're sitting here, the loud noises that you tell us to calm down, these are voices. And the loudness is because of what was done in the dark that has been brought to the light. For every educator that's sitting here saying pass the budget due to the fact of you owe them. No, you owe us. You owe the people. You failed as a board. DPI, you failed as a corporation because it was your job to be the checks and balances. And when you decided to continue to give these corrective actions that MPS has failed since I graduated in '95. But I want to educate all the educators because it seemed like all the professionals are the ones that's failing on top of the fact that the test scores for our children are also failing. Why you need to table this until the end, which is June 30th, is because you lied. You represented say yes to MPS. But let's talk about why I say you should table it. You should table it on the strength of embezzlement. You should table it because this is bribery we're hearing about. You should table this right now, and this is for all the educators and every parent, every child. Racketeering. Racketeering is a type of crime in which the person set up and coerce fraudulent, extortion, and otherwise illegal scams and operations to repeatedly, consistently collect a profit. Y'all lied to us. This money is fraudulent. It's not yours. Table it.
You all don't know what we know. You don't have the documents we have.
Melody Madden,
Verify.
Adrian Hicks.
It'll be released soon. You will see.
Melody Madden, last name.
Pardon me?
Excuse me, the woman is speaking.
Melody Madden, M-A-D-D-E-N. I'm a product of MPS. I was around with desegregation. I saw the displacement of black children being brought into white schools. I saw the storms taking an hour and a half to get them there. I saw the schoolroom saying, well, let's start anyways. I saw there was no embracing of those black children as they came into our classrooms because the classrooms and administration as it is now was riddled and ruled by white people. The problem as it exists right now, what I have seen, you have abandoned your responsibilities, number one. Number two, you who have sat silent. The teachers union who did not ask, what are the monies? Why can't I get a raise? Open up the books. I was a union official with General Motors for UAW. I fought a corrupt union for 20 years. They're now in federal trusteeship, and they took our members out last year and got the best contract in 20 years. Good paying jobs. So I want to know, union, how many members do you have? Number one, how many members in this group here can even talk intelligently about the details, whether it's a DPI report or the auditor from Waukesha? I would like to know, when will the report from the auditor come from Waukesha, number one? Two, those people who have decided to resign, will they be culpable for criminal activity if the audit shows that they engaged in criminal activity? Those who choose to stay and weather the storm, if you are shown to be culpable in criminal activity, in disbursement of funds that were supposed to be used for our children, are you going to be using our money to hire the lawyer? And one more thing. I got 26 seconds. Look it up, 2020, 1998. They profiled my son, went to an alternative school at Bayview, and showed the disparities in the schools from Milwaukee County to Brookfield and Elm Grove. When I wanted my son to go to King Preparatory College, I was told no, just the kids in the district. Okay, Mr. Fuller, that's okay. I understand the kids in Rufus King District, they got the right to be there. They got the right, but my kid lives out of that district. Can I get him in there? No.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Brookfield. Our MPS, our kids were excluded from Milwaukee Preparatory College, Rufus King at its onset, Elbrook.
Excuse me, your time is up.
Without legitimate grade point averages.
Your time is up. Next speaker is Adrian Hicks and Doreen Lopez. State your first name, spell your last name, please.
Adrian Hicks, H-I-C-K-S.
Okay, there you go.
I am the proud president of the Milwaukee Educational Assistant Association. The board and administration have made and continue to make changes to improve our working conditions for all paraprofessionals, for our safeties, for our interpreters and other workers. And this has happened throughout the meet and confer and budget process. On behalf of over 1,100 members in the EA unit, which includes paraprofessionals, safeties, interpreters, I am asking that the board pass this budget because it is what we need to make sure we have all the educational workers that our students need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Doreen Lopez, quiet. Excuse me. Doreen Lopez, Nick Honorado. Okay, he put two in here.
Have you looked at the budget?
Monica Lopez, Luz Hernandez, Ingrid Walker Henry. They put doubles in here. Yeah.
Good evening, Board. My name is Ingrid Walker Henry, WALKER-HENRY. I'm the president of the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association, representing over 5,600 workers in the district. I'm asking all board members to pass the 24-25 budget tonight. There's been a lot of discussion regarding Milwaukee Public Schools over the last few weeks. Many of us in the room can speak to the great things happening for students. We can also speak to the resources, the staffing, and the opportunities that students, families, the community, and MTA members continue to advocate for to benefit the students in the district. We must be forward-looking and ensure that Milwaukee has strong public schools that accept all students. The board needs to pass the budget to stop the uncertainty that the families and workers have right now. This has to happen as the board works to fix the problem that we all know exists and ensure that a situation like this never happens again. The students and workers deserve to know that this budget will pass. A budget that prioritizes workers that work with the students in our building, a budget that prioritizes increasing school resources, ensures the continued growth and expansion of the art, music, and physical education programming, and other opportunities and assurances that will help MPS retain as well as attract the workers that students desperately deserve. So once again, I speak in support of passing this budget this evening.
Quiet, please. State your name, please. Spell your last name.
Good evening. I'm Luz Hernandez, Hernandez,
I am the proud vice president of the MTEA, and I urge you to pass the budget tonight. I have been a bilingual teacher in Milwaukee Public Schools for 28 years. I have proudly taught at Riley Elementary and Allen Fields. It is important that the board acts tonight and passes a budget that allows school staffing to remain whole. I'm going to repeat that. Allow school staffing to remain whole, and allows for MPS to continue to live up to the promise of the growing art, music, and physical education opportunities be provided to all students. Thank you.
Cecilia Collins. Christine Guapi, excuse me. Cecilia Collins, Christine Guapi.
Members of the board, professional staff, everybody on the dais, my name is Cecilia Collins, C-O-L-L-I-N-S, and I'm coming to you today. I urge you, as a person that lives in the Williamsburg area, 2,388 people, along with them, encourage this board to pass that budget as soon as possible, like today. I appreciate your time, your professionalism, where other people won't show it, and they don't have to be held accountable for their issues or whatever. But I'm saying, as a resident in the city of Milwaukee, from the 2,388 people that I also am along with and align myself with in the Williamsburg area, are saying to encourage you to pass this budget today.
Thank you.
My name is Christine Groppi. My last name is Groppi, 20-year educator. And I'm speaking about a concern that I have for my building, Derfler School, with regards to staffing. So we have a large percentage of our teachers who are nearing retirement. Some of them 1 to 5 years from retirement, and then the difficulty of finding new teachers to replace them as they retire. So our last 3 hires were made in Nigeria, Ecuador, and Colombia because we cannot find teachers in the Milwaukee area to fill those positions. Once upon a time, I used to be asked every semester to host a student teacher, and those requests just aren't coming because students are not majoring in education and becoming teachers. So my concern is that once our staff do retire in large numbers, we will not be able to fill those positions with high-quality, experienced staff. So for those reasons, I'm supporting this budget. Thank you.
Christina Avery, Angela Lucas Foley. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Help us, Lord.
It's on.
All right, my name is Christina Avery, A-V-E-R-Y. I'm not here with any group. I am here as an independent thinker with my own thoughts. I'm here as a parent and community member. I've been a parent in MPS for 15 years. In that time, I've seen a lot of cuts, a lot of proposals, a lot of initiatives, a lot of budgets. Some have been great, some have been not so great. I'm speaking today because I have some serious concerns about the proposed budget for 2024-2025. I know it needs to be passed, and I know the importance of getting it passed. My fiance is an MPS teacher. Our family depends on his income to keep us afloat. So no budget, no job, no income. I totally get it. However, considering the most recent developments, I'd really like to ask that you reconsider some of the proposed cuts. Our youth are in the midst of a mental health crisis that they are experiencing, which was compounded due to the collective trauma we all experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. I spoke to this board during that time. Some of you were not here, some of you were. I testified multiple times asking that you take my concerns about their well-being and their mental health into consideration. I did not feel listened to then, and my voice was overshadowed by other voices that had other concerns. So let me regroup. I was told our youth were resilient and that they would bounce back and be okay. But guess what? They aren't okay. They need help, they need more support, they need counselors, they need mental health supports, they need psychologists and social workers, they need nutritionists and kitchen staff to keep them nourished with well-prepared meals. We need teachers, trauma-informed teachers, trauma-informed staff. We should not be cutting these positions right now, we should be adding to them. So please hold the budget and take another look. Look at the positions in central office. Where can you cut that is not effective, that is not necessary? We should start there. Chop from the top. Because none of our academic performance or graduation rates are going to improve if we do not help our children and address the trauma. Trauma affects behavior. Thank you.
Okay, say your name, first name, last names.
Sure. Angie Lucas Foley, Lucasfoley.
Thank you.
Interim Superintendent Galvan, President Herndon, and board directors. You were elected and have been placed, and in some cases been bought and bullied. But today is a reckoning for this great district and great city. Some key considerations. Wait. Rushing is a benefit to and a beholden tool of the usual power structure. Hold the budget until meaningful changes have been shared with the public. And given all that has been transpired in the last 2 weeks, important key amendments are included with funds. Per the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, which was clarified twice at a previous board meeting, you, as our elected representatives, have until June 30th to pass this budget. You have 16 days. What's the hurry? Who is rushing you? Ideas on some changes. Fund Act 20. Act 20 is a legal law coming from the state on the right to read, include professional teacher collaboration time, because the right to read is a civil rights issue. Include funding for an outside equity audit for this entire district. Include meaningful collaboration time so that staff can build trust, innovate, and make changes that we know are needed. Lastly, please consider vigorous adherence to Board Rule 1.29, in which part states nothing about staff and community relations with the school board is intended to restrict or discourage normal and open communication among the board, staff, and community. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, a nationwide publicly published search for our next superintendent. Change they're asking for will be uncomfortable. It will cost allegiances. It may even threaten personal livelihood.
Your time is up.
Is good for kids. Nothing. I am
Thank you.
pleading Director Leonard, Director Garcia, Director Jackson, President Herndon, Director Gopal Gandhi, Director O'Halloran, Director Zomberg, Director Stevens. Hear the will of the people. Listen to the people.
Next speaker. Next speaker. Rashida Rogers. Vince Toney. Please state your name, spell your last name.
Hello, my name is Rashida Rogers, last name Rogers.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. The last time I stood before you, I shared the work that I do as a recruiter and the lack of skill, competency, and competitiveness many of our young adults who have graduated from MPS are showing up in the workforce without, as well as the emotional issues and trauma that often hinders them from maintaining employment. I also spoke about the time that I spend coaching and mentoring them and providing tools to hopefully help them get a leg up in life. The point that I was trying to make is that collectively we have to look beyond what happens with our children after they finish school. And the concerns that I've addressed are all relative to how well they do in school. Having access to quality education and resources that address barriers many of our children face is critical in their successful transition into adulthood. All of our schools should be thriving learning environments where our children are provided with optimal opportunities for success. That cannot happen if teaching and support positions and critical services for our neediest students are being stripped from our schools due to incompetent financial management, reporting practices, and quite frankly, a lack of true concern about how successful our children become as adults. So, as a faithful taxpayer and property owner who is being forced to pay more money into a failing school system with the fiscally reckless superintendent, administration, and board, I'm urging you all to establish a partnership with the parents and the community members that is built on trust and transparency, and be committed to identifying and implementing solutions to turn this district into one of excellence and high achievement. You all bear the responsibility of advocating for and representing the parents and the students of the district you were voted in, and the work that you are trusted to carry out requires you all to be caring, competent, and courageous. Our students are not charity cases. They are our future. Please do not continue to fail them by passing a faulty, inadequate, and inequitable budget.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vince Toney. Last name is T, as in Tom, O-N-E-Y. It's really appalling for me. I dropped out of North Division with 4 months to go to graduation in 1977. And to come back here a few months ago in January to realize that less than 20% of the students at North Division can read at grade level, I was appalled by that. I dropped out of North Division. I was able to take the test and test into the military and to be successful. It's unimaginable that we can have kids at a high school level who can't read in grade level. Right. How did they get from point A to point B? I think the entire administration for a long period of time have not kept up with the times, if you will. In 1976, 77, the Chapter 220 program. We have charter schools, we have choice schools, we have voucher schools right now. MPS has not adjusted and restructured for what they are doing today. So the entire system needs to be restructured to look at what's going on in all of these institutions to make a determination is what's best for all of our kids, not a few. And the other thing, I was at North Division in one of the classrooms, and speaking on the $16 million for the special education children, well, they had the special education children walking around the school selling donuts and passing out coffee. If that's what you guys going to use our money for, instead of teaching our students and our children, they deserve an education, not to be walking through the halls. I walked through the school, there were 5, 6, 7 empty classes where they told me that students were supposed to be in these classes. I was at Keefe Avenue Street School. They can't read. They can't write at that school. These are and I've got the pictures of Fuller and the Posley and all the other elected officials on the board, but these kids can't read. The teachers aren't teaching. They've got a foreign teacher there that I couldn't understand what he was saying. How can we expect for our kids to succeed when they don't have a solid infrastructure to build around them that can teach them to understand, to be able to read and to write? I know some of that comes from home, but there has to be a connection with home and school, and it hasn't made that connection. The board needs to regroup. This budget does not need to pass. I think there should be an extension so you guys can figure out exactly what needs to go on, because it's going to take a long time. There's been a lot of money that's been missing. We're looking at the PPE money, the ESSER funds, for $87 million in 2020, and now $252 million in.
Okay, Richard Walt, Scott Spiker, Richard Walt,
Thank you. Thank you, Director Herndon. My name is Alderman Scott Spiker. That's S-P-I-K-E-R. I wanted to give first thanks for holding this hearing where the constituents, the residents could offer their feedback. I think that's vital for any democracy. It's painful at some point, but it's necessary. And I think we all realize that. Just wanted to give an analogy a friend gave me. They were saying that in light of the financial difficulties that we've been in, that it seems rather absurd to him to be taking up a budget right now. It's like you're in an airplane and one of the engines just fell off the wing, and instead of returning to the airport, you're like, oh, well, I think we can still make it across this ocean. So the difficulty here is I would urge you to look in the Journal Sentinel as of an hour or so ago. You have a $50 million hole in your budget. It is not accounted for in this budget. You will have to account for it going forward. I think it's a bad look if you pass a budget with a hole that large that may be larger. At least take the 2 weeks you have to come up with the sketch of a plan of how you would plug that budget. If you don't do that, then you are playing into a narrative that you are dismissive of concerns, that you are not operating your oversight capacity, which the electorate only has you to exercise. So I would urge you to take that suggestion very seriously, because $50 million is not nothing. It needs some planning. I would counsel you to do that for another reason. This is a very difficult time for public education in Milwaukee. It can become a whole lot more difficult. There are folks who are salivating at what's happening right now. And we can either reform from within, with Milwaukee stakeholders, including my brothers and sisters here in the audience in both sides of the aisle, or we can have a force that knows nothing about Milwaukee, knows nothing about our children, come in and impose a regime that none of us can accept. And if we think we're above that because we have a governor who can veto it, there's a very slim majority or a very slim minority that gives the governor a veto-proof situation. And if we take the step of passing the budget, I was waiting for it to go off. We're going to have to say to those outstate Democrats, hey, we made a mistake that's going to
Next speaker. Thank you. Richard. He did too. He did too. Richard Walt, please. Deshonda Bailey. Everybody got a little more time. He had two. Richard Walt. Deshonda Bailey. Richard Walt.
The point is, the outstate Democrats will be saying, you have taken money from my district. They will be in a very hot seat. It is asking a lot.
Sir, please. Richard Walt. Gloria Flores. Thank you, sir. Please say your first name, spell your last name.
Richard Walt, W-A-L-T. Former teacher, MPS, 30 years, Durfler School. Seen a lot in my days. After 29.98 years, denied my health benefits by MPS, which kind of made me a little frustrated, but I love the school system. So I want to see the kids succeed. I really do. I worked in the city. I've lived in the city my whole life, minus college. I really feel strongly about accountability. I know both sides are angry, and I understand that. And I've been sitting next to someone who's on another side, and we agree on certain things. What I don't understand is how we can't be accountable to the public. My taxes, because my home assessment went up with Milwaukee, they love to do that, and then they get better taxes. We got a 2% increase from our city mayor. We've got my house being overtaxed by double some communities around me. And then I'm wondering, MPS wants money at that same time. It's just kind of the timing thing. It's also frustrating that I hear about COVID money that was misspent. And it's frustrating because I want to know, as a former teacher, that this is all going to the right places at the right time. I think that it's very important for trauma students, like everyone's saying, and things like that, programs that can't be discontinued. However, there's some corruption from within, and I hate to say it. I hate to say it because I was there and I saw some of it. Playground supervisor, then they go buy balls and they're dealing with somebody who's crooked. So the balls are popping at the rate of 4 to 1, and they're not ready just to buy one good ball for the kids. And I tell my administrator, she says, well, that's just how things go in MPS. And I couldn't accept that. And that's just one tiny example of what I've experienced, denying my health benefits by Andrikopoulos, you know. It's like, I said, can I make up my 6 days that I'm missing? He says, oh, no. They say no. And MPS said no to me many times in central office. Those people are making big salaries, and they're saying no. Now, I'm frustrated with the taxpayers not getting heard. That's all. I represent accountability. That's what I represent.
Thank you.
Do you call Gloria Flores?
Yes, Gloria Flores. Yes, I did.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Gloria Flores, Flores. I am part of the group Parents Advocating for Healthy School Meals. We sent a letter to you expressing our serious concern with the approval of the budget that includes cuts to food service staff, which will be detrimental for our students. More than 50% of MPS students are going through an economic crisis and depend on meals in schools. Many of our children from Milwaukee are hungry because families are struggling financially. They depend on their schools to provide a sustainable and well-balanced breakfast and lunch. Several studies show that poor nutrition affects a child's ability to concentrate and process information. The brain does not work at its optimal capacity if it is not fed with the necessary nutrients. Therefore, children who live in food deficiency are sleepy, tired and lack concentration, which will hinder their ability to learn. This will have serious consequences for society. Our children and teenagers are the future of our society. Now I want to ask you something. What society do we want? A society full of malnourished children without a future? Or a society full of children strong, happy, and healthy? Milwaukee MPS has promised to make improvements in this regard. And at this point, the last thing we need is more cuts. We need the opposite. More funding that increase quality for food for all our students. Please, do not put the health and well-being of our children at risk by cutting funding for food service staff. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the 24-25 budget, MTEA.
Go ahead, please.
Deshonda Bailey, Bailey.
Okay.
I know you guys are just so used to me being very angry and what you would say is volatile, but it comes from a place of pure passion and concern. I've been trying to make my people, my community aware of these incompetencies that exist on our board since 2018-19. And you just heard others speak on their concerns with monies, millions missing since the COVID pandemic. And I do too, because again, there's millions raised by the MPS Foundation and others, and there's just no account for where these funds are going. So again, before we cut positions that are of service to our students, how about we cut the positions that are of disservice to our students? These board positions. Marva, you are a joke as a president. The same way we fought to get Keith out of here, you need to go. You have no
I'm not the topic of tonight.
Excuse me.
I'm not the topic of the night, dear. We can talk at any time.
And we weren't the topic of the night when your MTA representatives continue to refer to us as
Excuse me, that will not be tolerated tonight.
for the board.
I will ask for you to be removed if you don't talk about the budget.
I have a question for the board in regards to these meetings and the budget. The way in which you are holding these meetings, why aren't you following these rules that you keep making reference to?
The budget was the agenda item.
I understand. So if we are here about the budget, why are you putting me on the timer? Where's the rule that there's only 2.5 minutes per speaker?
That is a state statute that the board has to follow.
Please tell me the statute since you are Madam President.
Madam Secretary, would you tell this young lady the rules?
No, I'm asking you. Please tell me what statute that is for the 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Madam President, the time limit is set by the board in its governance policies. That's Board Governance Policy 2.02.
It's not a state statute.
That has been a standard. That has been the standard speaking
She's
time.
telling you, she's telling you.
What did she just tell me? It's a board rule, not a state statute. So again, you are giving false information because you want to keep.
No, you're asking for more time. Thanks, your time is up.
My time is not up because
It turned red.
you guys have been stealing. I'm telling you all, I am a direct impact of this.
Ma'am, I will ask for you to be removed if the next speaker can't come up. Angela Harris, would you talk to her, please? Ma'am, this is it. Next speaker, Quentin Claiborne, please. Quentin Claiborne, are you here? Quentin Claiborne. Michael Curtis, please. That's fine. That's your opinion. Thank you. Quentin Claiborne is the next person. Go ahead, please. Excuse me.
Michael Curtis, last name C-U-R-T-I-S. Michael J. Curtis, for those who don't know. How y'all doing? First of all, I would like to, before I start, I would like the green shirts to know that I used to be a building service helper at Metcalf School. So to the beautiful educator before, I'd like you to know that I was actually a part of servicing the students of this district. My mother was a paraprofessional and also a building service helper prior to that. So I do want to let you know that I am not, it doesn't fail to reach me how important it is to make sure that educators and those working within schools are paid, okay? But I don't want to conflate the two issues. There's a reason that the president, when he proposes a budget, that it goes before Congress to be approved. And the reason for that is that Congress has the responsibility of oversight. This board is not different from that. When a budget is proposed, the superintendent's budget was proposed, there are a number of you on this board who was very clear about what you didn't know. And I want to also let you know that you don't share in that privilege of plausible deniability. When you have that oversight responsibility, it is your job to ensure that that budget is being adhered to as you have approved it. And when that doesn't happen, not just the superintendent needs to be held responsible, but the people that are responsible for the oversight of that superintendent and that administration. But to add to that, we also want to add that when you are asking the public for more money, when you are raising property taxes by putting out a referendum, it is your responsibility as well to communicate and disseminate that information to the public. And if you don't know what's in it, then why are you passing it?
Right.
You know, so at that point, what I'm coming to say, because I only got 45 seconds left, what I'm coming to say is that while I understand where the MTA is coming from and wanting to be paid, because I will vote yes to get my paycheck as well, okay? But when you are in front, I got 30 seconds, when you are in front of the administration, what we're asking for you to do is to bring that administration before the public at these hearings, hold budget hearings, and have discussions on the money that you're asking for. That way, instead of the MTEA having to say, hey, we should be paid because this is what it's going to do, and lying, because then you cut those programs. But then what you can do for us is you can tell us where it's going. Thank you, Madam President.
Quentin Claiborne, Katrina Saffold.
Hey, everyone. I appreciate you opening comment. Oh, sorry, Quentin Claiborne, K-L-A-B-O-N.
Thank you.
Last time I was here to throw fastballs, but I'm just here to ask for transparency today. So first and most importantly, if you will pass the budget today, you must estimate how much the errors will cost Milwaukeeans. We miscalculated how much state aid we should receive under the revenue limit in 2022-2023. Now we owe money this year, and we'll have to pay it in 24-25. As was mentioned by Alderman Spiker, the Journal Sentinel reported 3 hours ago that the total is between $35 and $50 million. That would mean either huge budget cuts or more likely property tax increases. I understand it will generate bad press, but Milwaukeeans should know what Keith Posley did. So 1, is that estimate accurate for 2022-2023? 2, are we going to face a double penalty if we miscalculated this school year that just ended? 3, will you raise property taxes to make up the difference? 4, what will that look like for a tax bill? I don't have the new data available, but drawing from the referendum materials, I guess every $10 million we owe means about $22 more on a $100,000 property. So basically, on top of the referendum's $216 increase, are you adding an additional $95-ish? That is the bare minimum insight that you ought to provide us today. Second, I hope you do pause on the $24 million mathematics curriculum purchase, 17% of the referendum, which I asked if you could name last time. First, it's reading heavy and may be a bad fit for a district where so many kids struggle to read. Second, teachers talked to me after the last meeting, and they had no idea that next year they'll have to learn extensive Act 20 reading regulations and move to iReady or illustrative math curricula. Third, juggling new reading, new math, a facilities and school closure plan, don't forget about that, and new financial reforms is a lot for an interim superintendent to handle. I urge you to take one of those off their plate. Third, oh boy, I want to compliment certain board members. I'm going to rush Director Jackson for communicating well with constituents, Director Gokul Gandhi, who's been available at times and filling in the leadership gap, and Director Leonard stepped up the most, sharing what he could immediately with constituents and journalists. I hope others who are less available, unfortunately including Board President Herndon, meet the moment better than they are now. And last, this is for the journalists in the room. While this board has faced criticism and merited it, mistakes did not start with them. Previous members of the board over the last 15 years are in positions of influence all over Milwaukee, and they have not been asked a single question. They are political consultants, nonprofit leaders, MATC and UWM staff, and journalists. But two decision makers stand out. County Supervisor Sequana Taylor is going to vote on an MPS resolution soon. Claire Zauke is Mayor Johnson's policy director. They're going to influence how reforms pan out, even though they're responsible for some of the problems. So I hope journalists and citizens remember that and hold them accountable, even if they're not others.
Thank you. Ms. Saffold, Katrina Saffold. No, it is. Katrina Saffold.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Katrina Saffold, Saffold. I am a parent of a child that goes to MPS, so I have a lot invested in this. And my question is to all the union workers, how many of you have children that actually go to UPS? Or do your children go to the elite MPS, such as Rufus King, Golden My Ear, and Reagan, which the board has really poured in a lot of funds to that South Side school instead of supporting Rufus King, which has been a long-standing Ivy League school, and we are being put to the wayside. But my question is to you, how many of you have kids that go to MPS, and are you vested in this instead of just money? And where is the money that you all had and that is missing? I don't think that we as parents would have a problem with saying yes to $252 million if we saw the money put into the schools, that the teachers are being paid, because they do deserve to be paid. However, our kids need to be taught. For those that have special needs, they need to have paras, so they are not a distraction to those that don't need that extra assistance. That's taken away. And mental health. We've had a pandemic. We have kids that don't know how to socialize because they were inbound in the house for 2 years. They need help as well. And you want more money, but you're taking away all this. Why are we firing 300 teachers? Why is that? Why is it that our kids don't have nutrition? Why do our kids that going to school, wanting to learn, get an education, and be productive citizens in this United States, but you are serving them slop as if they're prisoners? This is absolutely wrong. How can you sleep at night knowing that you all are passing a referendum? You lied to us. Lied. If we would have known all of what has gone on right now, no one would have said yes to that referendum. And that's what we need, transparency.
Thank you.
What else have I heard tonight? Misappropriation of funds.
Ma'am.
Working at a bank, if you are $1 short, you do not go home until you find that dollar. Where are the children?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We hear you. We hear you. Gloria Flores, Julian Vascon. Vaughn Mays.
Hello, hello, hello. Can y'all hear me now? Vaughn Mays, VAUNMAYES. Hold the budget. Too many times in the past, the board has ignored and suppressed the clear direction and asks at these meetings. Today, there is no excuse to continue that behavior, as we clearly see we're doing what you want to do has gotten us. I have stood alongside and with some of you when you were right, and I gladly stand against you now that you are wrong. Some folks are speaking up here out of self-preservation, while others are speaking out so we can preserve the future of a better and successful MPS system. It's funny that people are saying the teachers and security need to be supported. I personally met with former Superintendent Posley and others several times over the past 2 years or more, presenting plans and ideas on what exactly that looks like, asking that more money be invested in staffing and safety as well as programming for youth after school. Former Director Carr met and presented plans that did exactly that, and guess what? The board and leadership told and showed us that that was not a priority or important, and they ignored and voted against us each time. So I tell you, do it one more again. Vote no now. Vote no now like you voted us down then. My team and I have showed up to schools. My team and I have showed up to schools free of charge from grade schools to high schools to support and assist security and principals' calls for support when threats of violence arise. We have showed up and protected students free of charge during graduations under threat of violence. We have shown up to schools and spoken to students free of charge when they have had mental health and emotional issues surrounding the losses of fellow students and other issues. We show up to schools when students want to walk out and protest concerns ranging from racism, violence, scams, even sexual misconduct by school staff, bullying, unsafe school environments, and deplorable food options. Some of those protests and walkouts happened as far back as 2015, and sadly, these issues still all exist and are prevalent across the city districts. So contrary to the words of the former head of MTEA, when we were putting a plan and proposal, we are not unqualified, opportunistic cash grabbers, unlike most of the people who show up whether we get paid or not. It seems like every time I look at the news, a new worse story is dropping like a hot Wayne mixtape about more debt, mismanagement, and unaccounted for funds in MPS. And I agree with fellow stakeholders, leaders, activists, students, and parents when I say no budget should be being approved until this mess is completely sorted out and available so we can see just how far off the edge we have fallen. I find that it was irreparable harm when our community, our students, and our voters were used and misled and lied about the impact of the referendum.
Thank you.
No one who has played a role in that should get to fall back into
Thank you.
the background and not deal with
Thank you very much. Kathy, Jazz, Jamel Harris. Quiet, please. Could you say your first name, spell your last name? Go ahead, please.
My name is Julia Vascan, spelled V as in Victor, A-S-C-A-N, and I come here in support of strong Milwaukee public educators who are here in support of MPS, Milwaukee Public Students. The fact of the matter is, many people of the general public that are not in the education sector have no idea what public school educators do on a daily basis, and they do not know what our day-to-day looks like. They do not know just how much we care.
Excuse me, this young woman has as much right to speak as anyone else. Please give her that courtesy.
To make sure that they are provided
Offenders
for,
will be moved
educated,
out.
and formed into well-rounded human beings, oftentimes after hours, on weekends, at times of the night, people are in bed, sometimes 1, 2, 3 a.m. I implore the board and the public to vote yes on passing the budget, following the message that is on my shirt to support strong public schools so that we as teachers get the resources we so need, so that the provisions that were previously agreed upon are passed, because we are here for those who need us, and we are speaking for those who may not have a voice at this meeting today.
Okay, quiet, please. Quiet, please. Thank you. Dario Wilson. Quiet, please. Thank you.
My name is Jamel Harris. Hello, hello. My name is Jamel Harris, Jamelharris, of District 4 that has zero representation but a lot of taxation. What reasonable person is the question I found myself asking through this process over the last few weeks. What reasonable person would allow somebody that literally has walked every level of government through the front door with warrants, investigations, and audits? What reasonable person to think, here we are at another board meeting, and some of you are still here. Some of you have now overstayed your welcome. Some of us know how you got here, the union. What does that mean? Through the union support, we now have 5 members of this board that are beholden to that union. Your conflict of interest run deep. You all have looked the other way, all while Posley and his incapable team destroyed MPS in the name of a corrupt teachers union that has a storied history of racism and anti-black stances. We can now see how these white supremacist policies show up in 2024. Every metric available points to failure. You all have walked every level of government through the front door with warrants, audits, and investigations. To think any reasonable person would allow you to continue overseeing anything is beyond laughable. A recall will be a gift to this city. I humbly ask the board president, the citywide board director, Megan O'Halloran and Erica Simpson, to resign and walk away before the criminal charges come walking through the front door. I heard a statement from Dr. Representative Lakeisha Myers the other day on the radio. She used the term fiduciary responsibility. So what I did, I went and took a look through MPS's Constitution and the oath that you all swore to. Yeah. And it definitely spells out that you all have a fiduciary responsibility to our community. And for those in the room and those listening and watching that don't understand what that is a legal responsibility to uphold that oath. You all have not done that. We have sat here for 6+ years watching your failure in action, Marva Herndon. So the God, do you hear that? Yep. Walk away like you allowed everyone else to do and resign with your honor. They should have been fired and walked out of the door. The fact that Keith Posley got a golden parachute and that failure of Martha Kreitzman was allowed to get the same.
Your time is up. Time is up.
To this community.
This is a budget hearing, not a personal vindictive hearing. That's it. That is it.
6 years leading this circuit, taking orders from your
No. Excuse me, sir. This is it. This is it. Otherwise, I'm going to ask for you to be escorted out. Okay, security, at this time, this has to stop. Okay. Dario Wilson. Julia Bascan. Okay, we cannot allow that type of language in here. Security, please escort this gentleman. Okay. Only when you guys are here. Thank you. You won't cooperate with us. You stop the men from speaking. You stop the women from speaking. You stop the children from speaking. Excuse me, you're out of order. There you go. Okay, order, we have to continue, we have more to do. Would you please have your seat, otherwise I'm asking for you to be moved out. Okay, you're next, ma'am. Please, we must go on with our meeting. Are you gonna settle down or we're stopping? Officers, would you please? Thank you. Julia Vascan and Dario Wilson. I can't hear you.
Go ahead, I can't take a disruption anymore. Okay, my name is Kathy, K-A-T-H-Y, Kathy Jazz, J-A-Z-Z.
We can't hear you at this point.
Kathy Jazz.
Okay, thank
Kathy
you.
with a K, J-A-Z-Z. Kathy
you.
Jazzman at yahoo.com. I didn't heard everything here. I don't have any children in the school system here, never did, and I never will. Okay? I have took children to school during COVID all over the place. They had stayed nights at my home because I wanted the kids to have a good education. Okay? But I'm for the budget, I'm not for the budget. I think we should hold off on the budget to get more information. People are kind of upset. So I'm for teachers, I'm for people getting paid. I work for Milwaukee County. I know what we went through Act 10, okay? All I'm saying here now is that we need to hold off on the budget and see what goes. These people need to get paid. And if you're gonna lay people off in those classrooms that are larger, take those teachers and put them into those classrooms when you have 2 full teachers, not 2-hour teachers in those classrooms. And if you got 3 superintendents in one classroom or assistant principal or whatever you want to call them, put them in those classrooms over on Keefe Avenue School where no one wants to substitute and be a teacher at that school. You don't have a right to put 3 superintendents in one school, or a superintendent or assistant principals, whatever word you call it. Regional directors, you need to put them in the classroom. But if you're going to lay people off, take some of those teachers and put them in the classroom to help the children out. Help them out with the classes. Don't just go laying people off. You got a big old budget. You got a bill that was passed. And we voted for those jobs. We voted for that bill to be passed, which I did not. And you're going to turn around and lay people off? How are you going to lay people off when you had us vote on a big old bill to give you some money? Please, please, give me a time to talk. And on top of that, I read all y'all bios last night. I read about what y'all got. Oh, now y'all got degrees, okay? Some of you don't. Somebody been here as a school teacher for 30 years, elementary school, and you're going to sit on the board and talk about the budget? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I know who you are. And I live in a 5th district, and I know who you are. So let's get this straight. I'll run for school board. You don't have to pay me. I work all damn day. You don't have to pay me. All I'm saying is that I'm coming for you. So if y'all want people off the board, the heck with the budget. You go out here, you recall these people. After 1 full year being elected in Wisconsin, you can recall people. So I got a notepad. You can meet me out in the hallway. We're going to take names down, support each other, putting these people off the board. That's what we're going to do. You're not going to sit here like this, okay? You're not going to sit here and do this. It's not happening. So you can pass whatever budget you want to pass or don't pass it, but you're going to be off this board whether you pass the budget or not.
Julia Vascan. Would you state your first name, spell your last name?
Dario Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N. First of all, thank the members of the board, newly appointed superintendent, I should say. I'm here as an MPS educator. I've been with the district now for almost 6 years, and I've taught probably 3 different grade levels. As I've been in the different grade levels and seeing what's going on as far as you guys asking for more money, and I got community, and then I got the teachers union. I wake up every morning and I'm seeing all this crazy stuff on the news. My mom's calling me like, son, are you okay? Like, are you gonna have a job? I'm gonna have a job. Here's the thing that's bothering me. As I look through the paperwork, for example, I have 2 students in my classroom that live on the same block, 10 blocks away from each other. However, they ride 2 different buses to school. That baffles me. It baffles me for the simple fact that I was not a product of MPS. I am a product of Racine Unified School District, but I chose to come to Milwaukee to bring my talent up here to make a difference. And I felt I was making a difference until a couple of weeks ago when I started seeing all this other stuff that's happening. As an MPS employee teacher, I am disgruntled, I am embarrassed, I am confused to the point where I was not going to come because the last time I was here, it was just all out chaos and I was like, didn't know which way to go. I was sitting on my couch and I said, you know what? I need to be heard. They have to understand. Yesterday, last day of school, 7 students get on a large bus to go home. 7 students. It doesn't make any sense. I understand the school that I'm at, which is Milwaukee Academy of Chinese Language. We're over-enrolled, 603 kids we found out today on the last day of school. I don't know what to do. But I am here to talk to you guys and say, you need to hold off on this budget. You need to think about where money can go. I understand that you have a new math curriculum coming. I just got acquainted with the last one, and now I'm being moved to a new grade to where I have to start all over again. Thank you for your time.
Julia Vascon. Madam Secretary, that is the last speaker.
That's correct. We have one more speaker slip, Madam President, coming up.
Okay, thank you. LaTanya Woods.
My name is LaToya Woods, W-O-O-D-S. I am standing in front of you as a concerned parent. I say this because I did not go to MPS for my early education journey. I did come here in my high school years. And what I was learning compared to what I had learned is a true disparity. So in the 9th grade, the work that was given to me was what we received in 6th and 7th grade at the district that I was in. And so, as a parent, I refused. I didn't want to send my kids to MPS, but I believe in my community. I want to believe that the school board has the skill sets needed to handle such a big school district. I want to believe that from the bottom of my heart. But you guys have failed over and over again. Doing the research for the city of Milwaukee, MPS, people have been complaining since the 70s. Nothing has changed. People in the seats have changed. Motives are still the same. Y'all using our kids for money, funding. Everybody can have come up here and said, let's do this for the kids. Clearly, the money is not getting to our kids. 1 in 10 African-American students can read and perform at grade level. Only 1 in 10. 1 in 10. I can be okay if that's my son that's going to be that one student, but there's 9 other ones that y'all have sealed their fate because the school board and previous members of school boards have not served this community as y'all say y'all do, as y'all oath say that y'all will. So again, I would love to believe that y'all have what it takes to get it fixed, but y'all have failed. If I worked at a bank handling anybody's money, and my draw came up short every day, every time that money was needed to be accounted for, I would not still be at that job. I will either be walked out or I will either have to walk out myself because I failed at my position. So I ask y'all today to take time. Stop just saying this is for our kids. I'm not up here for no organization or anyone telling me, hey, go out there and speak. I'm here as a parent. And I need y'all to take the time. Hold off on moving that budget. Like they said, you got 16 more days. What is the rush? Who is getting paid? Because it's not our students.
Thank you, ma'am. We hear you.
I ask that you guys hold off on the budget. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers on the board that wish to speak at this time? Oh, Director Jackson. The budget.
Right.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, this has definitely been a lot tonight. This budget itself, there's no one party will be happy with this budget in itself, but in making a decision on this, trust and believe, I can only speak for myself, and I will do this as I didn't before when I said I didn't know. Please let me make that statement clear as well. I didn't know it's not because I don't know what to do, it's I didn't know because I wasn't given access. So let's make that clear for the media. But in all that's going on, once again, the show of the referendum, I said on this board floor as well, and I was crucified for that as well. But in essence and all of that that's happening, there hasn't been no clear transparency when it comes to money. Unfortunately, our CFO has stepped down, and tonight I was willing and ready to ask her the question because for a year I've been asking to meet with her, and it hasn't happened, and I know it will never happen now. But for whatever reason, with that being said, and when we talk about transparency and people stepping up and speaking out, I'm hoping that that culture doesn't exist anymore or it dies away. The favoritism, the nepotism, the cronyism that existed in here, it is very real. It is very real, unfortunately. That culture definitely needs to change in a lot of spaces. It's funny, it really is, when I see certain individuals act like it's this and it's really not. So I'm not here for the show. I come here on business as I come from my background. So when we talk about having a fiduciary responsibility, I understand that. I understand that wholeheartedly, especially dealing with money in real estate. You have a fiduciary responsibility, which MPS does, and our board of directors do understand it, but I understand that, of course, more importantly, because that has been my life and my livelihood. If nothing else in this space, I will say, and I don't believe in wasting time and money or anything at all. For anything that I will vote on, whether it be yes or no, understand, if I'm wrong, I can admit I'm wrong. And I don't think an administration in no capacity just has done that. Just saying, I was wrong, I messed up. That does a lot. It does a lot. But unfortunately, we as a board, we have to bear that grunt. We have to get that. Even though we don't govern other bodies, we don't. We don't. They don't, well, for me, I haven't given that privilege. But now moving forward, and what the information that I do have, and understanding now the advisory team that I have behind the scenes, I am now ready to fight on a different level because I understand the importance of, as we keep saying this word, transparency. We need to hold that more so, but not just us, the board, but this entire MPS system. The division that exists, it shouldn't be. I'm not here to put nothing on the backs of students anymore with that referendum. It shouldn't have happened. And even with this budget, as I stated, there's no one will be happy in how it is go. It won't, because payroll has to happen. People have to get paid. That is a given. But also, I don't trust the proposed budget that was in place by past administration. And being in this space, not coming from education, from a business standpoint, none of this makes sense at all. It doesn't. But now knowing that, moving forward, because I understand where I'm at now, I know what to do and what needs to be done on my level. I don't profess to be the one who knows it all or who can fix it all. So I'm open to the collaborative efforts of the community and other stakeholders as well. This is a village that's been burning down for quite some time, and no one party can say, I've done my best. We've all made errors. Please understand that we've all made errors. No person can take a pat on the back right now. A small win does not compare when we've been failing for quite some time. It doesn't. And so for that letter to happen with DPI, with the information and with the numbers, and understanding the challenges that's now bestowed on Office of Fishing Accountability, that is a huge task. It really is. But not knowing the uncertainty, because that's what it is right now, it's uncertainty. On so many levels. With summer school, that's uncertainty from all sides. But to pass this right here, because I had a different mindset initially coming in, I really did. But in hearing now the voices of, and knowing also as well, just with numbers alone, that doesn't add up and make sense. I'm entrusting Matt and his team to do way better than our past administration that was over-financed. I really am. And I say that verbally out in the open. I'm willing to put not only myself on the line when I say this, meaning if come October, because this is only a proposed budget. It's only a proposed budget. There's other steps that have to take place. So when this budget is truly finalized, and then if it's not fitting to what needs to be done, I will step down as a man and as a leader without a recall. This just me. I'm speaking that for myself. And I say that only because I'm tired of the mess that lies here. I've never been in drama to this capacity and being a leader. I don't know. This is foreign to me. I sit on 6 other boards. This is foreign to me. In education, I never thought would be this messed up. I really didn't. But it is. And I hate the fear that exists in here because there's a lot of great leaders in MPS. There's a lot of great leaders. There's a lot of great leaders in this space. It is. And for whatever reason, they've been muzzled. But I hope that won't exist anymore. This is not a show for a 5-minute clip like others. It is not. I hate to be in front of the camera. I'm not the man for the media. I am not, because there's so many words I want to say that I know I can't. So I'm not looking for just a new 5-minute clip of an alderman who never had no space or time in this space. Because I reached out to several aldermen before I got elected to how to coordinate and become partners with MPS because our districts coincide. They overlap. The only alderman person who spoke to me was Alderwoman Pratt. Let's be clear. I reached out. I did reach out to build relationships, something that we're horrible at. Building relationships. So with this decision tonight, I understand the gravity of it all. I do. I stay up late nights wondering, am I doing the right thing? Am I making the right choices? I struggle with that. I struggle with that. And the kids are at the forefront of every decision that I make because I know it's bigger than me. It's bigger than me. But I also know there's individuals who've been in the system, who went to school to be here, who had the degrees and the information and the knowledge to serve. I understand that too. I do. Because I know they need this, because they work they butts off to be in this space. And that's why I address the favoritism and nepotism, cronyism. If you don't have the right credentials to be in this space, you will not. Let's be clear. We've already been in enough scrutiny with not having the right people in place, by not having the right licensure and credentials. So let's be clear on that. I understand that because I'll be held accountable in any other space that I would work at or be at if I didn't have the right. So I understand that. No two should be paid the same if you don't have it. I get it. And it's actually disheartening and disrespectful for the ones who work their tail off to have it and have somebody next to them who don't and make the same amount of money. So everybody that spoke tonight, I heard you loud and clear on both sides. I'm not the stand on the fence type of man. I understand decisions have to be made, but I heard you, and everything was valid. It is. But I will ask of this. Let's stop putting everything on the back of students when this is not the student issue. Let's stop that. Because the referendum was not that. It was not that. So let's be clear. And I don't mind being crucified or threats. I've been threatened already, so I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. It's not about that. It's not even about that. But understanding on both sides, I get it, I understand it, but decisions have to be made. Whether it's one of all, it doesn't matter. But I just want to know, how can we work better together and have a more transparent relationship, open relationship with administration? Because for a long time, it seemed like us against them. It really did. So I personally want that culture to change, given that I have 3 years, God willing, but if not, for the time that I'm here, I want a better relationship with administration. I have yet to talk to you, Mr. Galvan, so I'm hoping that we can definitely work together on a lot of different things. But even not even concerning the union, I'm not even worried about any other stakeholder right now but what's in front of me, which is the community and our administration. That is it, that is all. Decisions, yeah, very tough. But understanding, no, whatever decision I make, I'm with the people.
Director O'Halloran.
Thank you.
I've shown it.
Thank you, Chair. Would somebody be able to speak about the October budget adjustment window, when we will have, hopefully by then, the actual state aid amount, and we will have the potential to revise based on actuals versus the proposed?
Thank you. Any more directors wish to speak? Okay. Go ahead, administration. Mr. Gray.
The first aid estimate comes in July. Whether
Could
or not
you
that's,
get closer into the mic so they can hear?
the first aid adjustment comes in July. Whether or not it'll have any adjustments to it is yet to be seen. The other big factor that impacts this is the third Friday count in September. And then around October 15th, you get the aid certification, and that really dictates your final revenue total.
Thank you.
Just as follow-up then, if I'm looking ahead at the board calendar, it's my understanding that we'll have the opportunity on October 29th, based on those actuals, to put in amendments that would be based on facts, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more directors wish to speak on this item? Director Leonard.
So I spent a lot of time in the last week talking to everybody from the governor on down to get a real sense of clarity on how this really works. And I actually appreciate the question, Director O'Halloran, because I have spent some time trying to figure out how do we put amendments in. You can't hear me? How do we put amendments in when we actually know what the real budget's going to be? And to me, passing this proposed budget doesn't mean a lot. I've done this for 3 years in a row. I want to make sure that all of our workers and everybody, all of our students and families can look forward to the fall when they come in, that they're going to have a place to go. We're not going to be doing any massive changes in the district with schools and whatnot, shutting schools down, moving people around, all of that. I don't want that to happen, and that's the disaster with not passing the budget. The reality is, though, we have to do some things, and I'm looking like at the Act 20 and the reading issues and the the math book textbook extension and things like that. We need time to actually look at the real budget before we put our amendments in. I also want to make sure that our resolutions with those amendments have some teeth in them. I have learned over the past 3 years that it doesn't always have a lot of gravitas when you actually do something on an amendment and then you find out it was never fulfilled, because come October our enrollment numbers are down and all these other things happen, and it was really, to me, a waste of my time and effort to just make a budget amendment. So passing this proposed budget doesn't shake me up at all. I have no problem with that, because that assures people that they're going to be coming in and everything's going to stay stable. But the next budget, the one in October, has got to be picture perfect, and I'm going to start working on that next week. I got to start working on that right away. So that's where I'm standing. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Director Zumber.
Thank you, Chair Herndon. Would the administration just be able to comment? I think there's a lot of questions right now around what the contingency plan is for a possible reduction in state aid. Can someone just speak to that, please?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Typically, first of all, we need to know what that amount is. We heard a range tonight. I haven't seen that in writing at this point, but the issue is where do you move? You're going to have to move some funds around. If that's true, you're going to have to make some moves. But again, that can come, after your July estimate, once you know what that amount is, or it can come before that October final budget. But obviously, I don't think you go and gouge one area of the budget. I think you have to look at different areas that avoid impacting programs, and that's probably the best analogy I can use at this point. So,
any follow-up?
A question for Mr. Gray. Do you see any reason that we shouldn't pass the budget tonight?
No, our issues that we've been dealing with DPI are primarily related to financial reporting, not the budget itself. Although that eventually could impact the budget, but for this particular budget, I don't see that happening. I think it's considered best practice to have a budget in place prior to the start of your fiscal year. And again, you have multiple opportunities. I think both the directors tonight both indicated, yeah, there will be some changes coming before that final October budget. So, and those can be very big changes as well. So.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please remind us of the first recommendation.
Madam President, the first recommendation is that the board reconsider previous action on the resolution relative to the construction fund. At its meeting of May 30th, 2024, the motion to approve this resolution failed on a 5-1 vote.
I will now entertain a motion to reconsider previous action on the construction fund resolution. May I have a motion? Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of the construction fund. I'm sorry.
Madam President, you first need to be clear, make a motion to reconsider the action from May, and then if that motion passes, the construction fund resolution will be back on the table. So is the motion maker's intent to reconsider previous action?
Yes, I move that we reconsider the previous action with respect to the construction fund.
That motion requires a second.
Director Simpson.
I'll second that motion.
Is there further discussion? If not, will the secretary?
To relate to the construction fund?
Yeah. Okay.
And just for edification for the public, the construction fund, we're talking about all of our buildings, the maintenance, the upkeep. If we don't, understand that, if we don't pass that, no, it takes quite a bit of money. Our buildings are historic, they're old. It costs a lot of money to repair it. Construction has and is happening, it has. In my district, it has. In schools, it has. Construction is happening. It's happening. It is happening. I come from a construction background. I wouldn't lie to you. Construction is happening. Yeah, so air conditioning, that is something that's highly expensive. Let's be clear with that. In addition to every other building, to understand and break down the need of every building cost. It does. But for our children to come to at least a school that's together, that's well maintenance, we need to have that in place for them. The environment, no, it has not. It's coming. It's that process in my seat, in my year term. That's it. That's all. It's happening. It really is. But I would do one better. I would do one better. As I said before, if whatever I say don't happen, I'm willing to step down. That's not a problem. I will put this on the line for that. I have my word intact. Trust and believe me. That's all I came in here with. But the construction in itself, it needs to happen. I will talk to you one-on-one if you want to. That's not a problem. Yes.
Madam President, are you ready for the roll?
Yes, I am.
Okay. On Director O'Halloran's motion to reconsider previous action of May 30th, 2024, relative to the adoption of the resolution on the construction fund, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zomber.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes. Madam President, you are now in line for a motion on the adoption of the resolution for the construction fund.
Correct.
Would you like me to read the resolution?
Please read it.
Resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.48 Wisconsin statutes, the Board of School Directors hereby advises the Common Council that the amount of $19,100,000 will be required for the 2025 fiscal year construction fund budget purposes, and that it is to provide, in accordance with Section 65.07, Parent 1, Parent F of Wisconsin statutes, $15 million by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation for Milwaukee Public School Service purposes in 2015. Said amount to be in addition to the money received from other miscellaneous sources.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to the adoption of this resolution? Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of the construction fund resolution.
We need a second.
Second.
Director Garcia seconded. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director O'Halloran to approve the adoption of the resolution relative to the construction fund, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next recommendation?
The next recommendation is that the board adopt the FY 2024-25 superintendent's proposed budget, inclusive of the budget resolutions and the budget amendments.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran?
I move approval of the superintendent's proposed budget inclusive of the budget amendments and the budget resolutions.
Could I have a second? Director Garcia.
Second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director O'Halloran to approve the FY 2024-25 proposed budget, inclusive of the budget resolutions and the budget amendments, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
No.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
I didn't catch that, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 3, consideration of and possible action on the appointment of an interim superintendent of schools. The recommendation is that the board retire to closed session for consideration of this item.
The chair will entertain a motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, paren 1, paren C. Would anyone care to make that motion? Director O'Halloran.
I move that we retire to closed session for consideration of this item.
Second. Second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director O'Halloran to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, paren 1, paren C, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session. The board may reconvene in open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.
So noted.
Thank you.